All right, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call our Santa Barbara County Association of Government meeting to order. Terry, could you please call the roll?
Directors Carbajal, Farr, here. Adam, here. Lavanino, here. Bennett, here. Lizaldi, here. Mosby, here. Clark, here. Schneider, here. Patino, here. Sierra, Richardson, here. Lowe, here. And Chair Wolf.
Here. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You're getting your microaggressions. Confusing. All right, the next item of business is the approval of our minutes from the July 22nd meeting and the August 26th board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve both?
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
And we have a second. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, passes unanimously. Moving on to item 4, public comment. Do we have any speakers who wish to address the board?
I have no public comment speakers.
Okay, thank you. Then we will move on to item 5, which is the approval of the consent agenda. And Mr. Kemp, I think you have a couple of modifications.
Good morning, Chair and members. Yes, for item the second recommendation under 5A, that would be recommendation B. We would ask that the recommendation be changed to read, authorize the chair to execute a consultant contract for $153,571 with ATAC Corporation for the update of the draft airport land use compatibility plan and environmental review. And then for item B, the 2015 Federal Transportation Improvement Program, we would request that the board approve a modified recommendation under that item that reads, adopt Federal Transportation Improvement Program Amendment Number 14, excluding projects SHOP 1 and SHOP 2 to program new FTA 5339 funds and changes to the Highway Safety Improvement Program grouped project listing. The changes on that item regarding the 2 SHOP projects, we had some modifications that need to be made to that one, and so we ran out of time. We need to bring this back to the board in October.
All right. Okay, thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Madam Chair,
Who's talking to me?
I apologize. We do have public comment here in Santa Barbara.
Oh, all right.
Sorry about that.
So this is public comment on an item not on the agenda? Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Scott Wins representing Cars Are Basic. I brought this item before the board multiple times. It's just to reinforce this. Counties like Santa Barbara need to start getting a little bit of a backbone on this issue of air pollution because we have excellent air pollution issues. Air quality is very, very good. To meet the SB 32 item that was just passed is almost impossible without absolutely hammering the economy in this county, counties like Monterey, San Luis Obispo. And unless the county starts standing up and telling Sacramento, hey, this isn't going to happen, stop shoving this stuff down our throats and stop diverting the money that should be going into roads and streets to keep things working. Sacramento's never going to hear it. So that's my recommendation. Do with it what you need.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wentz. Do we have any other public speakers in Santa Barbara? All right. Assuming that there are no public speakers, we're going to move on to the approval of the consent calendar. And we've heard from Mr. Kemp on the changes. Do I have any board members who would like to pull an item?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item 5E just for a comment.
Yeah, I want to pull that too.
Okay. Schneider, Adam, and did you, Steve, as well? Okay. Anyone else like to pull an item? All right. So then, if you could read item 5E into the record.
Item 5E, Coastal Express. Approve fiscal year 15-16 supplemental invoice.
All right, let's start with Ms. Schneider.
Thank you. Just to bring up to the full board that we had a very good discussion, I thought, at the South Coast Subregional meeting about this. This has been an issue, I think, as we know, for a number of years where through our Measure A funds, we are paying half of the cost for the Coastal Express, and VCTC is paying the other half, yet we don't really have much control over how much that cost really is. And the Measure A funds only go so far each year, and that has increased over time. We had a really good discussion about knowing that the MOU that we have with VCTC expires, I think June of 2017. So that gives us time for this next budget cycle to really talk with them once more about, is the current MOU really adequate for us in terms of providing peak hour service on buses, and really trying to figure something out. We did feel that it was important to honor the MOU, which says we will pay for half of the cost, which is why the recommendation moved forward to pay this additional invoice. But I just wanted the rest of the board to be assured that I think everyone on the South Coast Subregional was not very happy with how this has been continually a process where it gets more and more expensive without really any full discussion about fare increases on their end or marketing or other types of revenue sources. So obviously anyone else from that meeting can chime up, but I just wanted to bring that up to the full board's attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Schneider. Mr. Adam.
Since Ms. Schneider was there, maybe she can tell us why they didn't achieve the cost savings that they were supposed to achieve cost savings here, right?
Yeah, and Mr. Kemp, I'm sure, can do give some more detail. My understanding is that the new operator, there's a number of items that had to do with increased labor cost, decreased ridership. I mean, just a combination of things that ended up with this additional amount that they didn't foresee from the beginning. But again, and one of the conversations we had, the MOU currently is about SBCAG paying half, as opposed to what about a conversation such as SBCAG paying for the peak hour service, because that's the purpose of Measure A funds, is for congestion relief during peak hour. We don't know what those numbers look like, and that's why I think these conversations need to happen next spring. But I think, and Mr. Kemp, if you have any other info, but it was just the way the bottom line worked out at the end of the fiscal year for them, or the end of the quarter.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Kemp, before we get, let's hear from all the.
Well, no,
board-
I mean, I'm not done yet. I mean, I'm looking for an answer
Oh, okay.
to
Okay.
to a number of questions, and that was the first one.
All right.
So,
Chair and Director Adam, Director Snyder's correct. There were a combination of issues that led to the increase in costs for last fiscal year for the Coastal Express, including the assumption of the service by a new contract operator at higher costs than what we were paying in the past. There was also a planned schedule reduction that didn't occur that would have resulted in a reduction in service hours of about 10 to 15%. That schedule reduction is going to take place this next year, which should reduce the costs. There was a decline in the ridership, which of course resulted in a decline in fare box revenues, which was a factor. And I think another factor was just the increased number of service hours under the contract. We're obligated to pay based on the number of hours that the buses are running. And because of traffic congestion growing in the corridor, there's been an increase in the number of service hours.
well, okay. So let's go down those things. Service hours were not cut. So they're 100% in charge of managing this service.
The Ventura County Transportation Commission Board is responsible for the policy decisions under the MOU that we have with them.
Okay. Well, why are we responsible for their mismanagement? I mean, we agreed to 50%, but the bottom, we didn't say go do whatever the heck you would like, and we'll just pay half of it. you know, there's got to be some kind of limitation on, you know, they have to practice good management practices, and if they told you they were going to reduce the operations by 10 to 15% and then they didn't do it, I mean, that seems like it would exonerate us from having to come up with that half of the service. I mean, they buy it. If you fix it, you fly it. No?
Under the MOU that is in place between SBCAG and VCTC for the operation of the Coastal Express, it does assign the policy role to the Ventura County Transportation Commission as the operator of the service. It also does require the formation of a policy advisory committee that's made up of both SBCAG and VCTC board members, and that committee makes recommendations to the VCTC board. Some of those recommendations are followed, but ultimately they are just that. They are recommendations. There has been discussions in the past with VCTC about the possibility of raising more revenues through advertising and fare increases for the Clean Air Express. The fares have been stagnant for a number of years, and we think and have encouraged VCTC to increase the fares so that we can generate more revenue for the service. So it's a challenge. We have a lot of issues that we have to work through with VCTC, and their objectives are not always aligned with the objectives of SBCAG. But they do bring half of the funding to the service to help pay for it.
Well, right, but they're doing a service to their own residents because many of their residents work in Santa Barbara. So
it's bi-directional service,
yeah.
but by and large, it's people that are commuting to Santa Barbara, South Coast from Ventura County.
okay, so what are they doing about the low fare box recovery, if anything?
Well, they're working on a cost reduction strategy by reducing the number of hours, and that would improve the overall fare box ratio recovery for the service. I think that's the primary focus. And then, as I said, the Policy Advisory Committee has discussed the possibility of raising fares, and this is undoubtedly going to be an issue that's going to come up when we hold the next Policy Advisory Committee meeting.
Well, and if you raise fares, then that's going to have implications, I would think, to fare box recovery, because your ridership will go down every time you raise the fares. Are we legally bound to pay this, and what would happen if we said no?
I believe that the terms of the MOU that we've executed with VCTC require us to pay for half of the costs of the service. So I think we have an obligation to pay for that service.
Okay, so from what fund is this additional $188,000 going to come?
All of the funding that is used by SBCAG to pay for its share of the Coastal Express comes out of the South Coast Interregional Transit Program funds from Measure A. So these are all Measure A funds that are in the South Coast pot of Measure A funding.
So was that not in the budget for this year? I mean, was it in the budget? Was there an extra $188,000 in the budget for that this year from that pot?
There was not.
Well, where are you going to pull it? Are you pulling it out of next year's fund?
No, we have the Measure A generates approximately $800,000 annually for the South Coast Interregional Transit Program. The amount that was originally budgeted was substantially lower than that. I believe it was around $620,000. So the additional $188,000 would come out of the balance of the Measure A funding.
Okay, so you're not spending all of that pot every year.
We are now.
Well,
the cost has grown to where we are essentially spending as much as Measure A generates for the South Coast Interregional pot.
okay.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Mr. Lavagnino, and then Ms. Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Jim, how do we, first off, I think it would have been nice to have a representative from our partner here that could maybe, instead of you speaking for them, it would be nice to have them here. And I mean, they are a 50-50 partner on this, and they kind of blew up the plan, so it'd be nice for them to have to answer these questions instead of you. But do we get a monthly report from them at all? Or, I mean, it just kind of seems like we got hit with this, like, hey, here's the bill at the end of the year, fiscal year. Don't we monitor this along the way and say, hey, 30 days in or 60 days in, you guys got to start cutting some service hours along the way?
Thank you, Director Lavignino. There is a reconciliation that takes place at the close of the fiscal year that takes into account the amount of money that VCTC brings in in its federal transit funding for the service. The operation of the service generates grant funds from the Federal Transit Administration that's used to reduce the amount of Measure A funding and VCTC funding that goes into it. And so that money is not always known at the beginning of the fiscal year. They project it, and then there's a reconciliation that takes place at the end of the fiscal year.
All right. So do we have somebody like actively monitoring these?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, I would just encourage that we keep that line of communication open, and on something this size, I think it probably would have been a good idea. I don't know if they showed up at your South Coast, but it would probably be a good idea for us to. I don't even know who those folks are. It'd be nice to maybe have a relationship with them since we are partners.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Farr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I was at the South Coast Subregional meeting also, and just to kind of add on to Director Schneider's comments, I think it's fair to say that the South Coast Subregional has been increasingly dissatisfied with the arrangement that we have with VCTC for this service. I mean, this is not the first time that the South Coast Subregional has talked about this. I think this has been a growing issue each year with frustrations about the way that they're managing the service, that we are unable to directly influence as hard as we try, whether that comes to the charge for tickets, for the fact that they seem to refuse to put any advertising on the buses, which everybody else does, that would help to offset the costs and so on. And so now we're to the point where we have topped out the money that we would have set aside for this. So I think it is fortuitous that the contract, the MOU, is due to expire in June, and the South Coast Subregional, I think, gave very direct guidance to staff that we didn't want to just look at how we fixed the model with the existing arrangement with VCTC, but what other models might be out there for providing this service that would give us the control that we need, along with the funding that we're providing. And so, maybe it's a different kind of a working arrangement with VCTC. I thought that Director Schneider made a good point at the time that the purpose of our involvement in this service was really for peak hour service, but that VCTC's goal is for all over service. So perhaps we're helping to fund a system that is providing a broader level of service than really is our charge through, just trying to provide peak hour service. So, we talked about, could we work with MTD for providing a service like this, or how much does operating the Clean Air Express cost from North County as a comparable service, and and maybe doing it ourselves in that way, except from Ventura. So we are very concerned. We are very frustrated. Certainly understand the questions and concerns from Director Adam, Director Lavignino, and we will be looking for some other ideas that we can bring back, besides just continuing down this road, which continues to be a road that we're not happy with. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Bennett, then Mr. Lavignino, and then Mr. Mosby.
Yeah, I just wanted to reassure, as my colleagues have from the South, that this was extensively discussed I think it's fair to say we were essentially unanimous in how upset we were with this particular MOU that we have, and being forced to honor something that clearly is inappropriate. When you're a 50-50 partner, then you should have 50% of the say, 50% of the participation, and by them not living up to their end of things, I find it very, very difficult. And as Supervisor Farr has just said, we began exploring the possibility of MTD. They were present at the meeting, and they had an interest and said they would be willing to consider such a thing so that we could get back and have control. And I think that's something that would be of interest to pursue. And I'm excited the fact that the contract is running out, so we're going to take another shot at this thing. And I can assure you, at least from my perspective, that it'll be a much different contract than what we've had in the past. The issue of advertising is a big one. It was just said in passing, but the fact of the matter is there's a fair amount of money available for advertising on the buses. And even worse than that, you'd be hard-pressed to find where Measure A is anywhere designated on a bus helping to fund that thing. I've been told there is something on there, but I have never seen it, and I've looked. I mean, it's pretty pathetic, to be quite frank. So part of what I've been told that from their point of view is they have an issue on the ballot, like our Measure A, that they're working very hard to get passed in their county, and that would make their abilities to work with us easier and better. And I'm included in that. I'm hopeful it'll be much fairer, because if it's not, I just think we have to look long and hard at it and see what we might need to do to come up with an alternative. So I just want you all to know I think we share all of your concerns, and we certainly took a long time in this discussion in suggesting to our staff that we need to go a different direction and we need to clean this up so we're not left holding the bag at the end of the day. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lavagnino?
Thank you, and I think we all appreciate that. One of the things, I don't know if this was looked at or talked about as a suggestion, but if we get into this situation again where we're partnering with somebody and they basically have the control, I'd like to see at least a ceiling placed into the MOU that, you know, we hit a max, and then you got to come back and talk to us about it. So,
Thank you. And Mr. Mosby?
Is VCTC bringing anything else to the game that we're not seeing here? Are they buying the buses and this and that, or is there some other variable that they're putting in there? Are they feeling the same way? Are they feeling that they're doing more than their fair share?
Director Mosby, VCTC operates several routes in Ventura County, and the Coastal Express is just one of, I believe, six routes that they operate. And they are in the process of acquiring their own transit buses. They've been purchasing those, and so they now own the buses. In the past, they've all been leased buses. Now it's kind of a mix. So they're bringing some money to the table in capital expenses to purchase the buses. The other thing, I should point out that as a result of the discussion that we had at the last South Coast Sub-Regional Committee, when the committee recommended that the board approve the invoice, staff committed to bringing back an item for a fuller discussion of talking about our objectives and some of the limitations that we want to place on the service, and to see whether we want to continue this relationship. But the other thing that VCTC brings to the table is federal transit funding. Because they are a large urbanized area, through kind of the arcane distribution rules that the Federal Transit Administration operates under, they are able to bring federal funding that helps to reduce the overall cost of the service, both to VCTC and SBCAG. So this is a bit of a catch-22 in that regard, because we don't have that same ability to bring the federal transit funding, because we're not designated as a large urbanized area.
Mr. Lizaldi?
Hypothetical case, Director Kemp, if not approved for the extra funds, are they designated for, if not passed or approved, today, that the added cost, if hypothetical case, if not approved, do those Where are those funds? Are they designated for any specific program?
Yeah, Director Lozaldi, so these are funds that are specifically reserved for the South Coast Measure A interregional transit program, and the only thing that we're using those funds for is for the operation of the Coastal Express service.
Okay, thank you.
So any any funds that would be accruing in the balance of that program would simply be used to offset future expenses from the Coastal Express.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments from the directors? All right, very good. Then we will move, we have a public comment on item 5D. Can you please read that?
5D, Measure A South Coast Bicycle Pedestrian Program. Authorize the chair to sign an amendment to the cooperative agreement to revise the project description of unapproved Measure A Cycle 3 project, City of Carpinteria's Children's Project at Main School Sidewalk Infill Project.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wentz?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I may have misrepresented that item. This had to do with a TTAC item where there was amendments that had to do with bulb outs on Alomar and La Cumbra. Did I misrepresent that?
Mr. Kemp, can you help me out? Do you know what he might be, what item he's referring to?
Item 5D, Madam Chair, refers
To
only to one
Carpinteria.
project in the city of Carpinteria.
Okay, then I misrepresented it. The item that I'm talking about was on the TTAC. It was an Amendment 14 having to do with $380,000 plus for bulb outs on La Cumbra and Alomar.
Mr. Wentz, we're looking to find what item.
I'm sorry, it was 5B then. Your staff here just corrected me.
Mr. Wentz, it appears that it's item 5B, so could you read that into the record?
Yep.
Please.
5B, 2015 Federal Transportation Improvement Program. Adopt Federal Transportation Improvement Program, Amendment Number 14, to program new FTA 5339 funds, changes to the Highway Safety Improvement Group project listing, and the State Highway Operation and Protection Program.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Wentz.
Chair Wolf, members of the board, first my apologies for giving the wrong item.
That's okay.
This item here was an amendment to the TTAC. Now, according to the roll call on that TTAC, Mayor Schneider and Councilman Hart were both at this meeting. The mayor and the councilman both know that the city of Santa Barbara has zero proof proving that bulb outs make pedestrians safer. Christine Anderson, former Public Works Director, had to admit in open council session where Mayor Schneider was sitting that there were no such studies that the city of Santa Barbara had. The city of Santa Barbara in the last year has seen 2 major accidents at Bulb Out Corner in the city of Santa Barbara. They were very severe. One, the little girl wound up in emergency, not emergency, but extended care for a long period of time. This is a $380,000+ project, these two items. Smart crosswalks with flashing lights will cost the taxpayers far less. You'll save the taxpayers a minimum, an absolute minimum of $300,000. Now, this goes back to what I've been saying about this board. You have to be gatekeepers, and you're not being a gatekeeper. And when your own staff member, Mr. Hart, knows the absolute data and did not speak up about this at the TTAC meeting, this goes to the issue that we've talked about before, and it's not personal. We think there's a conflict of interest here. So I urge you to pull this item out. Tell the city of Santa Barbara, we're not going to spend $300,000+ for something you can't prove and has, in fact, seen severe accidents with that type of design. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's the completes public comment for the consent calendar. Can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as revised by Mr. Kemp? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We'll move on to item 6. Please.
Item 6, 2017 Federal Transportation Improvement Program. Hold public hearing and adopt 2017 FTIP.
All right. Ms. Jensen?
Good morning, Chair and Board of Directors. Item 6 is a recommendation that the board hold a public hearing and adopt the 2017 Federal Transportation Improvement Program, or the FTIP. As the federally designated MPO for Santa Barbara County, SBCAG is responsible for biannually preparing and adopting the FTIP for approval by the end of the calendar year. This 2017 FTIP will cover projects in fiscal years 16-17 through 19-20 and must identify all federally funded highway, transit, and other surface transportation projects in the county, as well as their federal funding sources that are scheduled for implementation over that 4-year span. And the FTIP serves as a sole reference document that the federal government and the public can review to understand where, when, and how federal transportation funds are being spent in the county. And that includes funds that SBCAG does not have programming discretion over. The 2017 FTIP is mostly an update to the 2015 FTIP. The TTAC has reviewed this item several times, most recently on September 1st when they voted to recommend its approval. The draft 2017 FTIP was released for a 30-day public review period on August 16th, and copies of the final draft are available online and have also been distributed to TTAC members, local agencies, and state and federal reviewing agencies. A public hearing by the SBCAG Board of Directors is scheduled for today's meeting to provide the public with an opportunity to comment. And we did receive a couple of comments since the September 3rd date that resulted in changes, so those are something I present to you verbally. Most were small administrative changes that we received from Caltrans programming headquarters, and that was things like adding a different project ID to the backup lists, which would expedite the review process a little bit, and including a link to the public participation plan in the FTIP narrative. And all of these changes will be detailed in Appendix 9 and posted online so that the public can see exactly what's been submitted and what has been changed. The only actual project change that we received is to add a new project for Santa Barbara MTD. They were just awarded competitive 5339 funds by the FTA, and that is for a transit bus replacement project. So we took their suggestion and included the project in the FTIP as MTD 15. And then that change will also be shown in Appendix 9 upon adoption. And that concludes staff's presentation. I can answer any questions you have on the document or the projects.
All right, thank you. Ms. Jensen, do we have any comments or questions from directors? All right, seeing none, let's open the public hearing. Do we have any members from the public who wish to speak?
I have no public comment.
All right, we have no public comment, so I'm going to close the public hearing, and with that, ask for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, item 7.
Item 7, 2040 Regional Transportation Plan Sustainable Communities Strategy Amendment Number 1. Hold public hearing concerning proposed amendment number 1, San Ysidro Interchange Project Engineering Phase to the 2040 Regional Transportation Plan and Sustainable Community Strategy.
All right, Mr. Imhoff.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Directors. This item is a public hearing item to receive comments on this proposed amendment to our adopted regional transportation plan. TTAC reviewed the proposed amendment earlier this month and recommended approval, and we would return next month following the 30-day public comment period and this hearing to seek your approval action. As background, in May, the South County Subregional gave direction to staff to prepare a memorandum of understanding with the county and the city of Santa Barbara to complete a project study report for 2 projects, the Olive Mill and San Ysidro projects using federal earmark funds.
and this RTP amendment is necessary to carry out that direction. Primarily because the San Ysidro project is currently not on a financially constrained list in the RTP. It's on the illustrated projects list. So this amendment would move a component of the San Ysidro project, the preliminary design and engineering, to the programmed projects list, making that component of the project fiscally constrained. And the amendment would make several other changes. It would create a new project on the program projects list, again, just for the preliminary engineering phase of the San Ysidro project. It would reduce the scope of the current San Ysidro project on the illustrative list from a $50 million interchange reconstruction to a $10 million roundabout and intersection improvements project, and it would update the financial element of the RTP to reflect the additional earmark funding. The funding source here is a fiscal year 2004-2005 federal earmark for operations and management improvements, including intelligent transportation system technologies on US 101 in Santa Barbara County. The earmark is presently not obligated and is therefore available to be repurposed for these two projects. And it's important to note that the construction of the San Ysidro project itself remains unfunded, and this amendment does not make a commitment by SBCAG or anyone else to actually construct the project. With respect to CEQA, we did consult with council, and this amendment is exempt from CEQA since the project itself is within the scope of the certified EIR, and because government funding mechanisms and fiscal activities which do not commit to a specific physical project that could have environmental impacts are not a project as defined by CEQA. So again, this amendment is subject to a 30-day comment period, which will remain open until October 12th, and the purpose of today's hearing is chiefly to take public comments. We will address any comments we receive and include those in our October packet.
All right, thank you, Mr. Imhoff. Do any board members have questions or comments on this item? All right, then we will open public hearing. We have one request to speak. Mr. Wentz?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Scott Wentz representing Kaiser Basic. Obviously, we're going to be against this proposal. We understand the realities of money, but you just recommended that the city of Santa Barbara be given $380,000 plus to put in bulb outs when a couple thousand, $10,000 of smart crosswalks would solve the issue. The Montecito Planning Commission ripped the city of Santa Barbara's Planning Commission in a joint meeting this year. Absolutely tore it apart on any proposal for a roundabout at Olive Mill. Jameson Lane has been widened and had a bike path put in to encourage people to walk and to bike. So you're going to put a roundabout in this location? Think of that. I was out at the Los Caneros roundabout at 11:45 on Tuesday. Traffic was backed up over the bridge. The roundabout came to a grinding halt. Luckily, I was going in the other direction. A roundabout of this nature cannot handle the traffic. October 15th, last year, I-5 was shut down. What happened to all the ancillary streets? They crunched to a halt. It took 3 hours to go on Hollister and Modoc down to the Mesa. So if you're going to be putting in this type of an item, you have to start thinking about the emergency situations. Bicyclists are not going to like the roundabout because roundabouts are not bicycle friendly. Roundabouts are not ADA friendly. Roundabouts are not pedestrian friendly. But you've gone ahead and spent millions of dollars on Jameson Lane. This is not a good idea. The long term, you will be coming back to fix this. It'll be in 10 to 15 years. But you'll be back, and it'll be more than $50 million. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other public speakers?
No more public comment.
All right, then that closes public hearing. Any other questions or discussion? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to approve this item? Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we will move on to item 8, and this is the North County Transit Plan.
We need to read it in record.
Please.
Item 8, North County Transit Plan. 8A, accept the CEQA exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15262. 8B, adopt a resolution approving the final North County Transit Plan.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr.
Yes.
Becker?
Thank you, Chair and Board members. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if we can get it. Yes. Thank you, Chair and Board members. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. Okay, I do have a PowerPoint presentation, if we can get it on the screen.
If not, maybe we can just start with some
Right.
background on the
Okay,
project.
sure.
I don't think it's essential.
I'm Michael Becker of staff. Today I'll provide an overview of the North County Transportation or Transit Plan. We bring this item to you today for your consideration for approval, as well as the consideration of the associated CEQA exemption. SBCAG's advisory committees, TTAC and SBCTAC, have reviewed the plan and recommended approval. The North County Subregional Committee recommended approval during its September meeting. The plan has been reviewed by North County transit providers several times throughout the development process, and all comments received have been integrated into the plan. An executive steering committee comprised of North County city managers and the county CAO oversaw the development of this plan, and the North County Subregional Committee provided final direction. As I mentioned, we have a brief presentation. I will cover the development of the plan, the recommendations of the plan, and briefly touch on the contents of the plan. This slide highlights the analytical work that was conducted in the development process. In April 2014, we were directed by the North County Subregional Committee to consider 3 scenarios for evaluation. The first one being functional coordination, which I've described as essentially the status quo with an agreement among North County transit providers that they work cooperatively when possible and practical. The second is a service management, which had 2 sub-scenarios. One included the Santa Maria Area Transit managing Guadalupe and Kiama services. And the second one was JPA of San Ynez Valley Transit, the Kiama service, and the Clean Air Express. And finally, the third scenario that was evaluated was a merger of select services, and this was the analysis of a potential JPA to include the Clean Air Express, Breeze 200, the Wine Country Express, the Kiama service, and San Ynez Valley Transit. In February 2015, we were directed to analyze alternatives to the existing transit funding allocations in the North County. And for those, consensus was not achieved. The one plan recommendation that I will speak to in a minute is similar to one of the service management scenarios. And finally, in November 2015, at the direction of the board, and in response to the potential Clean Air Express service disruption, we were directed to work with North County agencies to develop a long-term agreement for the operation of the Clean Air Express. And this slide shows the recent progress, essentially the transition from the analytical work to the drafting of the plan up through today. And essentially what it highlights is the fact that this plan and the recommendations it contains have been vetted on multiple levels and on several occasions. The plan is ultimately built around 2 recommendations. These are the 2 recommendations that we're able to build the needed consensus. The first recommendation is a voluntary merger of select North County transit services, such as the Guadalupe and Kiama services potentially merging with SMAT, and the San Ynez Valley Transit potentially merging with Colt. The recommendation is for voluntary mergers, and it does not specify a timeline for any potential merger. And it is our understanding already that there's preliminary talks underway regarding the Guadalupe service merging with or being managed by SMAT. The second recommendation resulted from the direction given by the board during its November 2015 meeting to find a more permanent solution for the Clean Air Express. The recommendation has all parties on the same page, yet is phrased to ensure that it is not binding on anyone. Following the adoption of the plan, SBCAG's programming division will begin discussions or negotiations with the cities of Lompoc Polk and Santa Maria to carry this recommendation forward. This slide and next slide just give a brief overview of the contents of the plan. The plan was developed around an outline endorsed by the Executive Steering Committee and ultimately approved by the North County Subregional. The plan contains an executive summary and an introduction which highlighted the process. Existing conditions chapter describes the current situation for North County Transit Services. A demographic overview which focuses on demographic characteristics that are that correspond with transit usage. A funding chapter which summarizes a range of funding that is employed to carry out transit services in North County. Then the plan itself, or the plan chapter, describes the iterative process of analysis leading to the recommendations, and it presents the recommendations, and the plan is ends with a simple conclusion. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Becker. Do we have any questions from directors or comments? All right, very good. Any, do we have any public speakers?
No public speakers.
Okay. Then can I get a motion for basically a motion for 8A and 8B?
So moved, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say that I want to thank staff for all the time and effort that they put into this, and all the time that the North County cities and their transit operators have put into this. I think that it's a good outcome. I think it's positive that Guadalupe and Santa Maria are already talking about that, and I'm very optimistic that moving forward that we're going to come up with a much better comprehensive and integrated transit plan for North County between the cities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have a second from Mr. Lizalde. Any other, yes? Second. Okay. Well, we have a second. Did you want to make a comment, though? You could do that.
Actually, it's a great plan to modify the agreement. We have great service from Colt and great service from the San Ynez Valley Transit, and we believe that together they'll form a better service and take the load off our back of maintaining operation.
Okay, very good. Any other, Mr. Lizalde,
Yes,
did you want to?
the city also, approves that joint venture and so on, and especially in the management part that Santa Maria's been helping us and so on. So
Excellent.
excellent.
Good deal. All right, any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you.
All right, then we are now into our information items. Mr. Kemp?
Again, good morning, Chair and members. Just three things to report on for you this morning. Monday morning, we held a groundbreaking event for the Linden and Casitas Pass Interchange Improvement Projects in the city of Carpinteria. You'll obviously recall that this is the phase 3 of the overall 101 HOV widening project. And although it doesn't physically add the new carpool lanes on Highway 101, the project does replace 2 bridges at Linden and Casitas Pass that will allow for the future widening and for the future phase 4 improvements to extend the widening from Carpinteria all the way up to Santa Barbara. It was a well-attended event. This is a big project. It's taken a long time to bring this project to fruition. There's been a lot of paper progress up to this point in time, and so it's very pleasing, and I think several of the speakers at the event commented about how gratifying it is to actually see the ground being broken on an important project. Several of the speakers also commented about how important this project is to the city of Carpinteria and for circulation, for traffic, for bicycles and pedestrians as well. The project is going to take about 4 years to complete. We had a very detailed discussion with the board at the last meeting, a presentation by Kirsten Ayers, our consultant who's going to assist us with the public outreach while Caltrans is working on the construction of the project. We're going to be doing our best to minimize the disruption to the community, but inevitably with a project of this size, there is going to be some disruption. And we're going to try to minimize any surprises that might occur with that work. It is a $60 million construction project, so it's one of the largest highway construction projects in the county of Santa Barbara. I mentioned there were other speakers, and that included Director Carbajal. Malcolm Doherty, the director of Caltrans, came down from Sacramento to speak at the event. We're very pleased about that. Mayor Carty and also Senator Hannah Beth Jackson spoke at the event as well. Following the groundbreaking ceremony, we took advantage of Mr. Doherty's presence to meet with him for a bit down in Carpinteria, and with Caltrans Director District 5 Director Tim Gubbins, to talk both about Highway 101, the carpool lanes, as well as our efforts to bring commuter-friendly rail service from Ventura up to Santa Barbara. And specifically, we asked the director to try to facilitate a response to a letter that was sent by the executive director of the Lausanne Joint Powers Agency, asking that some of the new locomotives that are being purchased by the state and placed into service on the 3 different intercity rail corridors, that they respond to our request that they be placed into service on the Pacific Surfliner corridor. We've had a higher than normal number of breakdowns with the locomotives that have been used on the Pacific Surfliner service. So getting some new locomotives placed into this corridor would be very helpful and improve the reliability of the service. The director committed to following up on that. We also discussed the proposal that was mentioned to the board previously on the San Ysidro Interchange Improvement Project, to use a federal earmark that was approved more than a decade ago for some of the US 101 widening projects, or projects related to the 101 widening, such as the San Ysidro and the Olive Mill project. We discussed the Caltrans support for adding the US 101 to the federally designated national freight network, national highway freight network. This is an important step in order to qualify Highway 101 for federal freight formula funds that are now available under the new MAP 21 transportation legislation. We've been working with the Central Coast Coalition partners to try to increase the profile of 101 and to make sure that this important corridor is designated part of the federal freight system, to position the corridor for funding. And then finally, we talked with the director about the possibility of taking advantage of legislation that was just signed into law by the governor, SB 2126, that expands the number of projects that can use a new and innovative construction and contracting methodology known as CMGC, Construction Management General Contract. What this essentially does is it allows project owners to take advantage of input from contractors while the design work is going on in the project, so that we can try to design the project in a way that facilitates the construction and potentially lowers the costs or reduces the time necessary to complete the project. The advantage to the contractor is that it gives that contractor the ability to negotiate with the project owner on the construction contract. It doesn't guarantee that right, but it does give them the ability to negotiate on the construction contract. We think Highway 101 might be, particularly the first phase of the Phase 4 widening, might be a good candidate for CMGC, and so we wanted to put it on the director's radar screen that this could be one of the new projects that's allowed under this new legislation. So it was a productive meeting, and it was helpful to have the director's ear for an hour or so while he was down here for the groundbreaking ceremony. And then finally, I did want to announce that the staff is going to be conducting hearings both in the North County and in the South Coast on the kickoff of the Regional Transportation Plan Sustainable Communities Strategy, These public workshops are going to be held tonight in Santa Maria at the Santa Maria Public Library, Shepherd Hall, from 6 to 8 p.m., and then in the South Coast at the Santa Barbara Public Library, Faulkner Gallery, on September 20th from 6 to 8 p.m. And this is simply a way for us to familiarize interested parties and stakeholders on the proposed update of the Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Communities Strategy, and to begin to receive input while SBCAG staff is working on this update. That concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kemp, any questions? Mr. Adam?
I will just make a comment that CMGC is just a great idea, and I've never seen a project that got designed the way it got built. And the reason is because a lot of projects end up out there in the world, and then the contractor has to make things fit together that didn't really fit together except on paper, and they weren't really reality on paper. And so there's I think a lot of benefit that can be gained by talking to some contractors during the design of these things so that somebody can see something. I don't think it's going to eliminate the world being a little different than some engineer thought back in the office, but it'll reduce it, and that'll make it more efficient.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, then we will go to Caltrans District Director's Report. Ms. Lowe?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I do have a handout to provide to you, if I could get this. I'd like to announce that this summer, Secretary of Transportation Brian Kelly authorized the release of the new California Transportation Plan 2040. I have some copies here of the document for your staff. And what I'm handing out to you is a flyer that also highlights some of the elements of the... Did I not bring enough?
What are you guys just going off? You're having too much fun.
Did everyone get one?
Yeah.
Very good. The newest California Transportation Plan 2040 establishes a vision for the statewide transportation plan to be integrated and to be fully sustainable, multimodal, and deliver on the 3 E's: prosperous economy, quality of environment, and social equity. There are 6 main goals of the transportation plan that reflect these values, and the other element is a robust modeling effort to determine what's needed to meet the state's greenhouse gas emission goals. And it's quite extensive. There are 3 scenarios that are evaluated in terms of the modeling, which is a consideration of the current planning conditions, and then a second scenario that overlays efficiency strategies, modernizing the system, and then a third overlay that anticipates aggressive changes in fuel mixes and efficient vehicle technology. We'd be glad to provide you with a more in-depth presentation at your discretion. And for the time being, just giving you a teaser, this is a trailer, and inviting, we're happy to come back with a more in-depth review if you like. I'd also like to note that performance pays. California is being rewarded this year by an additional $293 million that's in transportation funding after meeting all of the federal deadlines from the 15-16 fiscal year. Of that amount, and this is money that's pooled at the federal level for entities around the country. If they don't meet the deadline, then there's an amount of money that's collected and then it's redistributed. And those entities that have met the deadlines are rewarded. In California, this means an extra $185 million for Caltrans, and it means another $108 million that will be distributed to local agencies. The projects to utilize that funding are being prioritized now for transmittal and acceptance by the end of September. And lastly, the newest round of Sustainable Transportation Planning Grants. The application deadline has just been announced for November 4th. So this is a new call for projects. We have a total of $9.3 million available. It's broken into two different programs. One is the Sustainable Communities Grant Program, and the other is the Strategic Partnerships Grant Program. This is the same type of funding that your agency just received in the last round to do this. We're calling it the SUPRA model, the transportation modern model, transportation 4D model that will enable all three of the MPOs in District 5 to collaborate on modeling for the future conditions in the area. And those are my announcements. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Lowe. Mr. Bennett?
Yeah, I wanted to thank you on something I've been chiming in on now for quite a few months on the pavement rehabilitation project going through the middle of the city of Goleta. It's essentially, from what I can see, a little more than halfway done. But as I recall, way back when I first started on this quest, I was assured it would be done by September 16th. Well, 16th is tomorrow. The update we just received doesn't have a date on it anymore. So I was just curious as to what the expectation is now when this pavement rehab from Ignacia Creek, which is the eastern boundary of the city, a little more than near the city of Goleta, and out to Winchester Canyon, when we can expect this thing to be finished.
Director Bennett, I'm going to have to get back to you on that with the specifics. There were complications in getting the materials approved to use for the pavement, so that was the source of the delay. As to the definitive date now, I will have to return to you on that. I'm sorry that I don't have it today.
Okay, and I just might make mention that, and I'm not sure why, the southbound on-ramp at Los Caneros is being closed for a month during the daytime. And the problem that Mr. Wentz spoke of in regards to the traffic being backed up at the traffic circle there at Los Caneros and Calareal, that's the reason why, because people couldn't get on the freeway. So they went over the top of the overpass and went down to the roundabout, and it's obviously not designed to handle that level of traffic being diverted to it. So that's why it was looking like it was unsuccessful, because I go through that roundabout often in morning, noon, and night, and I can assure you that it works extremely well when it was handling the traffic that it was designed for. But my question to you after that long comment is, what is going on that's causing the on-ramp to be closed each and every day? And according to the flashing signs, it's for a month. And I don't recall understanding that that was going to be occurring. I haven't received any information. If I did, I certainly missed it. And it's certainly not on your project list. So the drainage project, from what I can tell, has been finished for some time, since July. So I don't think it has anything to do with the drainage project that affected that on-ramp from time to time. So again, I'm just curious as to what's going on.
Director Bennett, I'm 0 for 2. I don't have an answer for you, and I'll have to get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, Mr. Richardson, then Mr. Lavagnino, then Ms. Schneider. Oh, you didn't have your hand up? Oh, okay. Mr. Lavagnino, Ms. Schneider, and Mr. Mosby.
Thank you. Ms. Lowe, on the Betteravia exit right here, on-ramp, if you're heading southbound, so coming off of the freeway, heading south, and you come off of the exit there on Betteravia, used to be 2 right-hand turn lanes that you would be able to exit off to the right. Even from the second lane, you could turn right. And that's where all the development is, and that's where, you know, all of this development is right here, where most people would be heading. That's now been changed since all that construction's going on there, and it's what's occurring now, though, in the evening is when a lot of people are coming home, is that ramp is backing up all the way onto the freeway. And I've had a couple of calls of near misses there of, you know, anytime you back up a ramp way onto the highway, you got some problems. So I don't know why that lane got changed. There's still 3 lanes there, but 2 of them now are going left, which takes you to nowhere. Not nowhere, but unless you're going to Pappy's. Yeah.
Pappy's wouldn't appreciate or anywhere east of Pappy's.
Yes, or anywhere. But most of the traffic is going right, and I'm just kind of curious why, if we could take a look at that, and we could talk offline on that too as well.
Okay.
I'll get back to you on that.
Ms. Schneider?
Thank you. Also, if you could perhaps come back or send a memo to us in the future, unfortunately, after all the work being done at the Castillo underpass in Santa Barbara, the water is still coming back, and the bricks area is starting to erode again. So I think they thought you had it last summer, but after a year, it's looking like it did before. Part of it looks fine, part of it doesn't. So an update on that would be good. I'm starting to get some questions, so it'd be good to respond back. I know you don't have it off the top of your head. Thanks.
Yes, I've shown my record today. But Director Schneider, we are aware of the conditions out there and are very concerned about it. It's been a difficult thing for us to manage, and we're investigating another project as we speak.
Okay, Mr. Mosby.
I just want to say, many times we're very critical with Caltrans, and I just want to say the project on the surfacing that you did on Highway 1, 8th Street in the middle of Lompoc, in June, through our busiest time of the year, our flower festival and stuff, that you guys, contractors, pulled it off with the minimalist of complaints. And both with the striping and working around the flower festival stuff, I just wanted to say, hey, good job, and thanks for working with us.
Thank you for that. I'll take that back.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? All right, thank you, Ms. Lowe. We're going to now go to committee meetings. Calvans. Oh, Mr. Richardson, your favorite. What do you got to tell us?
You've got to learn to appreciate Calvins.
I love it.
I'm having a great time with it. The last meeting, we discussed the list of surplus vehicles. There's 14 of them that are going to go to auction. And Calvans is in an extensive outreaching process to gain more users. I have a list of probably 8 or 10 various ways that they're doing that. Then there was a financial update for the quarter. One of the important things was there was an MOU with the Department of Labor. There was a problem the Department of Labor had with allowing farm employees to use Calvans vehicles. And they felt that as an employee they shouldn't be able to use it. Calvans insisted that it was proper, so they've arrived at an MOU that is non-legally binding, but that there will be cooperation between the two departments, allowing the farm laborers to be drivers of the vans. Then there was an agreement with Lemoore High School to allow parking for van pool users in their parking lots. And then there's bid results are for 150 Chevrolet GMC 15-passenger vans they came out to an average price of about $31,000 per van. So, and with that, that's my end of report.
Do you happen to know how many we have now in Santa Barbara County?
7.
We have 7.
7 vans,
okay.
yeah.
Great. All right, thanks, Mr. Richardson. We appreciate that. Director Schneider, the Coast Rail Coordinating Council Policy Meeting.
Great. Last month we had a strategy session as well as a meeting. As you may recall, this group is basically a group without a train. It's been trying to bring the daylight back seems like since the dawn of time. And there were some setbacks in funding and applications for this area that we were talking about. Well, what does this look like in the future? And so really looking at the gap of not really having a strong JPA between Paso Robles and Salinas. There's the Capital Corridor to the north and Lausanne to the south. We're going to talk to both of those corridors to see if they want to adopt or inherit part or all of this piece of the rail system, and look at future funding sources through the state, through cap and trade funds, or just seeing where the future of rail is going, because this is a gap, as we know, in terms of trying to add some passenger rail capacity along the coast. So in trying to complement what's going on with high-speed rail, depending on where that goes in the next couple of years with things happening with elections in 2018 and so forth, and funding issues. So it was a great discussion. There's another meeting coming up in Santa Barbara I want to say in October. I think the meeting was changed, but I can certainly alert you to when that's happening. And LoSAN next Monday is meeting, and I'll be going there to the meeting, and we plan to talk to Jennifer, the general manager for LoSAN, about these issues. So it was a good meeting, and I think we just need to try to keep this moving. So it was, thanks.
Thank you. All right, Supervisor Carbajal is not here to talk about Pacific Surfliner Board meeting. Is there anyone?
I'll just add there, like, again, there's a meeting on a Monday and going over a lot of the North County, the northern part LoSAN plan, and there was some funding and some other strategies going on. So we'll certainly have a much more updated report to you next month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. All right, communications, Mr. Kemp, do you just want to go through this quickly, or is it, do we not need any comments?
I don't need to comment on most of the items, Chair Wolf, but I would point out that there is item E, the LoSAN letter to Senator Hannah Beth Jackson. I just wanted to report to the board that the LoSAN Joint Powers Agency did apply for some cap and trade funding for a number of capital improvement projects up and down the corridor to improve the Pacific Surfliner service. And those grant awards were announced last month, and the agency was successful in obtaining about $82 million in cap and trade program funds. The bulk of these funds are going to be used for track improvements in the south end of the corridor, but of real significance and importance to us is that about $15 million of the $82 million is going to be used to purchase or to lease some new passenger cars that are available for a term of 5 years. And this helps to facilitate the retiming of the Pacific Surfliner service between Ventura and Santa Barbara. It provides more equipment. It provides an additional train set to facilitate that service. The letter was simply from Jennifer Bergner, the executive director of LoSAN, thanking Senator Jackson for speaking with Secretary Brian Kelly in support of the application and the ultimate success of that application. It was the largest of any application that was approved in the cap and trade program this cycle.
That is really good news, but it was the intention then when we got when that money was allocated was for the retiming to help us move forward on our.
The application is not specific to the retiming. It's simply to provide more train sets for the Pacific Surfliner service because the retiming does affect the utilization of the equipment that's available, and the Surfliner JPA is a little short of equipment right now. It will help us ultimately in that retiming.
Okay. All right, then. We now are going to, can we recess to closed session even though it says time, that we have a time certain? I think we have.
Yes, Madam Chair. What I suggest is that we've decided to revise the schedule and start at 12:45. And that's all lined up for items you will consider in closed session. Since it does say 1 o'clock on the agenda, I would recommend that I or someone would come out at 1 o'clock to make sure there isn't any public testimony that showed up at 1 o'clock because of the time certain.
Okay.
And that being satisfied, we'll, in the meantime, have started the orientation that is set up for you at 12:45. And lunch is coming in, but we have a little more time than we anticipated. But
I know we
that's
were
the schedule.
so efficient.
So, to answer your
Okay.
question, yes, we'd recess now to closed session.
Okay,
and,
then do you want to read the item?
Item 13, recess to closed session. Public employee appointment, executive director, Government Code Section 54957B1.
Okay, great. Thanks, everyone. So there will be lunch, but we have an hour. Hour for lunch.
No.
Testing, it's on. Oh, we're ready.
All right, good. Hello, everyone. Let's all take our seats. You guys are fine. We're just going to finish our, it'll take us 2 seconds. We'll be done. Okay, we are now out of closed session. Mr. Dillon, can you report on our activities?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board took no action in closed session that requires a report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dillon. The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.